thunder crash at the end. Very, very dangerous.
He knows how to wait.
Yeah, Titan 6. You'll have a good time. I've been playing it for 10 years.
I go master.
I almost fell off the
Wait,
map.
that
Had to burn my super. Whoops. You gotta kill three enemies. Bar! Bar! What's these little soft barks you've been doing? Where's the man bark? Bro!
He's being gentle.
He's being gentle, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, bud. We're about to go into damage here in like a minute. I fell off the map. Hold your phone, bud. Hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom too. I gotta pee too. Just wait.
You gotta kill one more dude.
I gotta kill one more.
He is dead.
Alright. I just gotta get my super up. So don't shoot anything.
Okay.
Oh, he's pissed. Hold on, bud. Hold on, bud. Almost done. That's okay. I gotta poop too. You ready? Babe? Lana, you ready? You're muted. Unmute.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Can I put the well under his balls?
No. Just punches. I was trying to see if he would chunk with his punches. He missed a couple.
That was fun.
There's never an end to our work.
With no dark crystal at the hands.
No dark crystal. Couple. Just punch.
Alright, okay.
Just punches. I was trying to see if he would chunk with it. Alright, ready? Babe? Who was first?
Rose was first.
Rose was first?
Yes.
Alright. Rose said no wait. I mean, no wait. I don't know if Arms Week starts on Tuesday. I have no clue. It's like a bow for Arms Week. I don't know. If Cool Kid wants it, I don't care. Okay, Cool Kid. Okay. Sounds good. Have you done the dungeon before? All right, Nova, we'll talk to you. Unfortunately, Bungie's still on vacation. Hopefully, they'll announce something in the TWID this week. They should have like scheduled tweets that go out like today, tomorrow, let people know what's coming this week. But yeah, it's a little tough. So I don't think anything happens on Tuesday. I just know we got to hand in our cookies before Tuesday. I don't know if Arms Week's gonna start then or whatever, but Iron Banner's supposed to bring that auto rifle that everybody wants. That's kind of all we're looking at right now until March. I don't know if they're gonna have anything go on in February. Yeah, you could join Discord for comms, yeah. You just have to click on the waiting room. Chat, did you guys go get your perfect paradox from Zur? He's gonna be leaving, and you're gonna miss out on it. The next expansion doesn't come until the summer. Like paid expansion? Shadow and Order update. I don't know when that is. Perfect Paradox is the shotgun I'm using with 1-2 punch and cast no shadow. It's pretty much the best kinetic shotgun in the game. And Zur has it right now. The Shadow and Order update, we don't know when that is. I don't know if that's March or what. I think it's March.
Wait, babe.
Oh, don't trust Steam.
What?
Steam's dog shit.
Come. Wait, babe. Here.
I'm waiting on this person to join comms.
Interact with my emote.
What?
I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, no, not this one. Oh, fuck. Wait, I'm gonna find it. I put a new... Oh. Wait, huh?
Yeah, cool kid. You can join Discord. You just have to click on the waiting room first. Let's go.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, I was muted. Sorry. I said we have to do this actually. Is there like big snow parts by us?
No.
No?
Oh, I mean, there's snow on the ground outside. You think, like, you want to go sled riding?
Yes!
We can go sled riding, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I got a crazy hill.
It's like one of those things that just gives you so much energy because you used to do that as a kid. Or I did.
Yeah, we can go sled riding.
Oh my god, that would be so much fun. Imagine you like, oh my god, if like you would go
The jewelry store fight was insane. Oh, Trax NYC? I saw that. That was a crazy saga, actually. Hold on, let me pull that up if you haven't seen this. A buddy of mine sent me the entire thing.
Receipt from this disgusting company that pretends to be me, says they're Trax NYC, sells my customer a bracelet, rips them off, and rips them off on the gold. Shit, they're saying it's 14 karat gold? Well, we're gonna test this bracelet right now.
Spoiler alert, it's not. It's a scam. So basically, in a nutshell, Trax NYC has an impersonator, Akai Jewelers. Akai Jewelers has been selling products under his name, allegedly, though it seems pretty cut and dry, that are not as advertised, but it's a twofold scam because Akai Jewelers is not Trax NYC, and what the customers of Trax are being sold is not what they are supposed to be getting. So it's a big time scam.
Start the test.
Trax NYC found out about it
10 karat
today.
Gold. So did they say they were Trax NYC?
Yeah, he tried to portray. He tried to sell one of your products. He said that he ran out
Right.
one of your rings
You-
that you purchased.
Right. That we sell. So you came with a picture of Trax NYC,
Yep. I opened up the website for him.
and then he.
So he's very upset, as you can clearly tell. He's extremely mad because he is now getting a reputation as being a scammer from people that bought from Akai Jewelers claiming that it came from Trax. They didn't know. So his reputation was getting dragged through the mud. They're getting dog shit quality products, and he is having a reputational damage because of it. So now he found out about it. He's very upset. I'll go ahead and fast forward through some of this. I thought this was a very nice gesture. That was a $22,000 piece of jewelry that his customer got scammed on by Akai Jewelers who was pretending to be Trax. So what he did is he actually made him whole again, giving him 22 grand.
These fucking pieces of shit. Okay. Rip you off on this fucking thing. It turned out to be 9 karat gold, right? Yeah. You had a check?
Yes.
So they're going to be giving you $1,000 on top. Here's 22,000 for your fucking trouble. These fucking bum motherfuckers, bro. You get people in this exchange, people in this. Stop being greedy pieces of fucking lying shit.
Yeah.
I'm Trax. I want this coming up with a fucking scheme every fucking time.
Yep.
Keep fucking scheming, bro! 9 fucking carat this, 2 carat that, this, that. Security what, bro? Fucking bullshit, bro! Stop fucking stealing! Gotta come up. I want my fucking money, motherfuckers.
So after that, he then confronts Akai Jewelers directly. He then goes up to them,
So this.
which is the clip you've probably seen.
My fucking money, motherfucker! Where's my fucking money, bitch? Where's my money? I got this fucking bracelet. Where's my fucking money? What are you gonna do, bitch? What are you gonna fucking do? Doc, motherfucker, you saying VVS, I3, 14 karat, and you're using my name, you bitch! Yeah, 6447. Thief! You fucking thief! Bitch!
Yeah, in front of everyone here, every customer, in front of God and anime, he's going in. He's going hog wild on his ass right here, airing it all out. Also, I didn't learn this until, like, looking into this more. He was in Uncut Gems. Trax. He had, like, a small cameo in Uncut Gems, which I thought was fucking awesome.
No! Get the fuck your hands off of me, bro! Take your fucking hands off of me, bro! Yeah, bro. Calm down.
So you think that's where it ends, right? Like, they escort him out, he got all his anger out, it bubbled over. That's the end of it. Then maybe he takes legal matters into his own hands here, because, I mean, that's very clearly a lawsuit right there. He is being impersonated by this other jeweler, and his customers are being misled and even potentially scammed. But that's not it. They got into a fucking scuffle. Look at this.
No!
Oh, they wildin'.
Oh my god. What happened?
Oh, they wildin'.
Oh my god!
Oh, they wildin'.
Oh my... Oh fuck. Please
Oh,
say-
they wildin'.
Oh my god! Oh my god.
Oh, they
my
wildin'.
Oh my god! I got him by his
Wildin'.
ear.
Do we gotta do something?
Oh my god!
So that goes on for a little while. Trax makes a follow-up after the little brawl here in an ambulance.
These Akai motherfuckers just try to strangle me with my own chain because I exposed what they did.
Oh, they don't have the ambulance one in
You know what
here?
I'm saying? They straight up fucking tried to strangle me with my chain like this. That's how angry these motherfuckers got because I showed what thieves they were. So, Akai
Oh, no,
tried
it's
to kill me,
here, it's here.
choke me with my own chain like this, strangle me, jump me, I'm in the hospital. If you're a lawyer who could help out, please DM me. All right, everything they did was so horrifying. So please send me a DM if you're a lawyer. I'm in the hospital. Going to the hospital.
A crazy saga. A crazy saga. Watch the other angle of the fight. He literally slaps a bald dude's head. I didn't see that angle. Where's that one? I didn't see that. I've only seen that angle of the fight from like the top-down aerial view, like the football cable cameras, basically. He got spit on, and that's what started the brawl. Oh, is that what started it? Okay. I've seen a lot of his content before, and he's always super passionate about his work, so this is super valid. Full disclosure, I don't know anything about Trax. I learned everything about him today. But based on all of the evidence I've seen, like what's been presented, which seems pretty cut and dry, his anger seems very understandable. You could make an argument that maybe he should have just went to a lawyer to start instead of confronting him directly and going, like, ballistic. But I mean, if your reputation's being dragged through the mud without you even knowing about it because another company or another jeweler is copying you and selling fraudulent products, you're probably going to react pretty passionately. And this is a really good thing for Trax's brand, I think, because now this is blown up. Now everyone sees Trax, like, fighting for the customers that got scammed. He gave him 22 grand of his own money out of pocket to make him whole for someone else scamming him. Like, overall, like, it's a really good look for Trax. So while you could say, like, yeah, maybe, like, going up to him was too much, I think he's gonna come out with a bigger W because of it. And it also shows Akai Jewelers looking extremely shitty, being confronted directly and getting their name out there for all of this, too. If the chain was fake, it would have snapped. Well, I don't think it was necessarily him calling it fake. It wasn't what the customer was buying. It was supposed to be certain amount of carats, which it wasn't, and it was supposed to be a certain type of gold, which it wasn't. That was the scam. Not that it was, like, all around fake. At least as I understand it, based on what he was showcasing. And, yeah, good point. Even if it was exactly what they said they were selling them, they did it under a false pretense. They were using Trax's name to sell it, which they are not associated with Trax. You can't do that. So, yeah, they'd still be in the wrong for that, too. And from what I can tell, it seems like he's had problems with them before. So this is not the first time something like this has happened. Go to Trax NYC's Twitter account. It has the slap. The bald-headed slap. Let me see.
You fucking bitch.
Oh, damn. Oh my god. That spit was crazy. That was like a shotgun blast. He like bird shot at him.
Little bitch. You fucking bitch. Yo, don't fucking fuck out.
That did make a very satisfying slap sound effect.
Fuck out of here.
And then that's the brawl we saw. Damn, man. You don't spit on a person. No, I mean, spitting on someone is literally the fucking assault off rip. So, I mean, to be fair, Trax didn't... He was not the one that started that. The guy spitting on him was. Yeah, it was crazy, man. I saw that earlier today. This whole saga was nuts. I'm very curious what Trax is going to do next, though. Like, I imagine he has to take it to, like, court now, right? To sue them? Because they're not going to give him, like, any of, like, the money or anything. And even if they did, that doesn't fix what happened, right? So I imagine he has to take it, like, through the system next. Will he get in trouble now for physically fighting them? I don't know, man. I'm not a lawyer. But spitting, you can't spit on a person. It's assault. Or battery. I can't remember. Here, I'll just look it up. It's one or the other. Battery. Spitting on someone is considered battery. It is legally classified as battery, not assault. I knew it was one or the other. I couldn't recall. Damn, I didn't know that. Really? I thought most people knew that. You can't just spit on someone. Like, that's fucking disgusting shit. And that is literally... If you get spit on, you're starting a fight. No one is just going to take that spit and walk away. well, I guess I wouldn't say no one. I guess in some circumstances people would, but for the most part, when you spit on someone, that is you starting a fight. Would have leaped that counter. He almost did, man. When he got spit on, he fucking threw that thing up, but the bodyguard pulled him away. He's literally ripping it up, and the bodyguard pulls him away. That man, he was about to get Goldberg speared by Trax. Play the clip one more time. Oh, for the slap.
Yo, don't fucking
It does make such a nice, satisfying little donk sound there. I think it's staged. Oh no, I don't think so either. At first I could maybe seeing... When I first saw it, like the first couple of clips, I thought maybe being performative. But once I saw him like actually approach him, this is genuine anger. This is 100% genuine anger. It's a real brawl. He is in an actual ambulance. Like, I do not think this is staged by any means. Plus, what jeweler would agree to playing the scammer? That is a business ruiner. That just wouldn't make any sense. At Crash Out breaking shit behind the counter is a tell too. True. Vince McMahon. Yeah, I'm sure this goober from Akai Jewelers is playing Vince McMahon right now. I'm sure that's what he wanted.
As I start this video, I'm standing in my bee yard. The hives down the row all have bees in them, but this hive no longer has bees in it. As you'll see in this video, I had to take a step to euthanize this hive. I wanted to create this video to give a journey of decision-making process about what to do with a nasty hive. There's a nasty hive, and then there's a dangerous hive. I did an evaluation of this hive by doing an inspection. My intent was to reclaim this hive by requeening it. I set up a plan to go through the hive and find the queen, dispatch the queen, and in beekeeping, the queen decides the aggressiveness of the colony and the offspring. And if you replace the queen with a gentle queen, in time, the entire colony will transform into a workable hive, just like the rest of them down the row here. What ended up happening was I was successful in my operation to find the queen and dispatch her, but along the way I evaluated the threat of this hive and the risk of keeping it functional and decided to take action to euthanize the hive. If you're not familiar with that term, dispatch the hive, kill the hive, remove the colony, and I ended up having to take action to kill all the bees in this hive. I've never done that before. It's the first time in my 10+ years of keeping bees, and I don't see videos on the internet of having to face that decision, make this decision, and execute it. That's what this video is about. I'm first going to show you how aggressive the bees were on the day that I went in to do the inspection to find the queen. And then I'm going to show you how I actually went through the process of dispatching this hive yesterday. Now, this is the first time in the spring of 2020 that I could stand in my yard without a bee suit and not get stung. So as much as I hate to say the pain of killing this colony, it's mission accomplished. It was even complicated trying to work on the other hives because I just kept getting stung. So watch this video with the intent to learn. That was the purpose of it, is to show you the evaluation process. And then I made the decision based on risk, which I'll talk about. And then I'll show you how I euthanize this colony. I have a super nasty hive down here, the one that's painted like a cow. Today's the day. I'm gonna go in and get the queen and zap her because I can't live with this. Every time I come to the yard, it's not this bad, but it's this bad. These bees are just out of control. I am wearing 3 pairs of pants, this bee suit, which is spectacular, and 3 pairs of gloves. I have a beekeeping glove on this one and a heavy-duty shop glove. And I think you can see they're stinging the crap out of me. And I had to put nitrile gloves underneath it. Now, I've been to Africa. I've seen Africanized hives. And this is what it's like. This is actually worse than the hives that I saw in Africa. I don't understand what's going on here, but I'm going to take that hive apart, find the queen or queens, as you will hear, and I'm going to dispatch her and replace the colony, because this is just simply unacceptable. It smells like a banana factory in here. When they sting you, they leave behind a scent, and that's all I smell. And you can see on the glove, they're just out of control. So what I'm going to do is shut the video down, take a break and walk away and see if I can calm them down. Although, quite frankly, I think as soon as I open the hive, this is what I'm going to get. I've been out here in regular jeans, and every time I walk out, they accost me. So today I'm going to take care of this. I had a hive 2 years ago that was similar to this, but not this bad. This is the worst of any hive I've ever seen. It's unbelievable. So I'm going to bring you along for the ride. I'm going to record the entire thing. Now, when I do my intervention today, I have other stuff that I want to do. I want to put a brood minder scale, swap the things out. Although, quite frankly, I think, given what I'm seeing, I might literally just go for the queen today and be done with it and skip everything else I had planned, because this is just borderline ridiculous. Okay. Get to work. That's what I'm going to do. Let me talk a little bit about what this hive, what the background is on this hive. This is an overwintered hive. It was 2 hives combined. The bad news is I took a split from this hive, and that box over there has the other half. When I took a split, I put this box in the middle, the second deep, and I put nothing but foundation in it. There's also a queen excluder on there. I'm hoping that I made my job easier, because there's a lot of bees in this hive. By putting the queen excluder there, I think I constrained the queen to one of the deeps. I'm going to find out, because on May 16th I made that change. And it's the 27th now. So when I go in and look at those hives, or those colonies in those hive bodies, I should be able to determine which one has brood, and if it has brood, there's a queen in there. One of the things I know about this hive is it's springtime. It's possible that it has multiple queens. I'm going to take nothing by chance. So what I'm going to do is take the boxes off and look through every single frame to find the queen. I don't believe she's marked in this one. And I'm going to look for other virgin queens running around in there. Do I think I'm going to find one? Probably not, but I'm going to leave nothing to chance, because when I requeen this hive, I don't want them to kill my new queen. One of the things you see set up over there is flat panels, Coroplast. I'm going to take the 2 honey boxes off the top, and I'm going to put them on the Coroplast. And then I'm going to put a screen cover over them to close them off so the bees can't fly. I'm going to take the top deep box off. I'm going to put it on that stack. And then I'm going to cover it with screen. Then the only box that I'm going to have to deal with of flying bees is the bottom box. And I'm hoping that the queen is in there, and I'm going to go in and do the deed. Earlier I had these gloves, and I came out here and got stung through them, and I'm really happy with the fact that I've multi-gloved. I'm not being stung. So what I have to remember here is I'm not being stung. As bad as this is, as many stings as these gloves are taking, I could be calm, take a deep breath, and focus on the job at hand. And that's what I'm going to do. So I lit the smoker, although it don't matter with these guys. And I'm going to perform the operation that I just did. I'm not going to talk any further. I'm going to get to work. Ouch, that one got through. Have you ever? I haven't. I've never seen anything like this. There's no bees in the box. They're all on me. Unbelievable. Okay, what I see is that there's no brood in that bottom box. And you know what? This is ridiculous. I'm going to close this hive off, and I think I'm going to euthanize it. I'm going to go look up how to do it, because this is ridiculous. This is intolerable. And yes, this glove is not thick enough. They've stung me 2 or 3 times through it, and I'm going to have to go change it. So I'm going to shut the video off here. I'm going to go look for another glove to replace this one. This one, so far, they haven't stung me, although I think you can tell they're trying. Once somehow found a way in the veil, I'm going to go retreat, put that out, and then I'm coming back. I found the queen. I dropped her on the ground. They clustered around her, and I... Okay, look, mission accomplished, I think. I'm going to just button this hive up and walk away. I still don't know whether I'll euthanize it or not, but I know I got the queen. That's the key thing. The funny thing is, over there is a box of honey. I put robber guard on it, and I'm going to try and take it. Might as well. This morning I'm going to do something that is unusual for me as a beekeeper. First time in 10 years, I am going to euthanize the one hive that I have. As you'll see in this video, I have some bees that appear to have some really super aggressive genes in them, maybe Africanized, can't tell that. But the problem lies with making that decision. Do you kill the hive? Do you requeen the hive and reset it? In my case, I've made the decision to euthanize the hive, which is going to kill all the bees, specifically because of how aggressive they are. This is the first time I could stand here in a bee suit with the veil off in the yard without being accosted, and it's because I have the hive completely closed up. I came in and did that last night. One of the things that I know is I have neighbors who ride their horses in the field next door to me, and I have little kids that play in the field up above, and the measurement that I have is that the bees have been coming into the backyard, which is good 50, 100 yards away, and accosting us in the backyard as I speak. So I didn't get them all shut up. Some of them are out there. That's the first one that found me this morning though. And it's going to be aggressive, so I'm going to cover up. I've taken my fair share of stings this spring, and I don't care to have any more. So as I was saying, the bees have been knocking at the back window of the house. They've been chasing the dog in the backyard. It's just untenable, and it's dangerous. If my family tries to mow the grass, the bees are going to come get them. So I'm going to take this hive out. I have another colony in reserve to put in this equipment, and I absolutely detest making this decision, but it's the right thing to do. I've been in Africa. I've worked aggressive hives before in the past, mine, others, but nothing like this hive, and it's got to go. Last night when I tried to close it up, even when I had it closed up, the foragers coming back were immediately on the defensive. So what I'm going to do is pour soapy water into the hive. I have 5 gallons of water prepared and a full bottle of dishwash detergent. You have to buy the kind that has the degrease ingredients in it. The best one to buy is Dawn. In this case, I think I couldn't find Dawn at the store, so I got Palmolive or some other brand. But Dawn dishwash detergent has the best degrease. It changes the exterior of the bee, and that's the reason why it kills it. What I'm going to do is I have a ladder. I'm going to set it up, and you'll see from the video that I have a screen enclosure. And in the enclosure, the bees can't come out, but I can pour the liquid down through the hive. You'll see how to do it. So why am I making this video? Because I want to show I've not been able to find anything that shows how to euthanize a hive. I've seen a lot of posts on BeeSource and other forums, and again, I know that there's a lot of discussion about whether or not you could recover this hive. I actually went in and found the queen and killed the queen with the idea of redoing it, but because the hive is so aggressive, I'm going to take it out. I could take this hive somewhere remote and requeen it. It would take 45 days, but the liability of this particular hive, I'm just not going to take the chance. It's not worth it. you'll see from the video in a few minutes how aggressive this hive is. When I opened it up and had it isolated to a single box, every single bee out of the box came up and covered me. And I've been stung so many times this spring just doing inspections in the other hives. I can't open another hive without the bees from this hive coming and accosting me. And quite frankly, I can't have this risk in my apiary. So I'm going to get to the task. What I have here is I have two 5-gallon pails. They're both half full, so I didn't spill them. I've already filled them with water, and I'm going to pour this in. What I understand is you need about a cup for every gallon. I do have bees accosting me. Now when I do this, I've sealed the hive off, but not great. I just taped off the front entrance with a guard. I'm not sure if they can get out or not, but I do know that there's bees out and about because they're the foragers that came back in the late evening. So I'm gonna have to wear gloves, and I guarantee by the time I get doing this, they're gonna be all over the place. I don't think they'll be as aggressive, but I'm not gonna take my chances. So all I'm gonna do is stir this a little bit so it's mixed in. I don't want it to get really foamy. And then I have a second container that I'm gonna use to dip and selectively pour between the seams. And that's how I'm gonna perform the task. One of the things I thought about doing is getting a squirt bottle, and I might come do that later, and spray any of the outside bees with soapy water to dispatch them too. I think you can see what occurred. Man, it breaks my heart to have to do this, but I know, thinking it through, that this was the best. So one of the questions I'm going to get is, what do you do with the hive now? It's soapy water. I'm going to collect all the dead bees. I'm going to take them out, and I'm going to rinse all the frames down with water. Just spray them with a hose lightly till all the soap goes away. And then I should be able to just put this hive back in service with another colony. Yeah, it's really sad to do this. And there's a handful of bees around here. You can see they're kind of buzzing. I probably would come back with a spray bottle and get them and whatever is left, and then I'll take it from here. So I'm going to open this entrance and see if they come out. I have to assume that they're done, which they are. So the only thing that's here is whatever was around. Now, I've seen other methods that talk about how to do this to a hive. There's discussion about using dry ice. Don't know where you would get that in these days. There's discussion about pouring rubbing alcohol in, and when the rubbing alcohol evaporates, it zaps the bees. You can think about doing mite checks, what the rubbing alcohol does, but I find this less caustic in that way. I'm not pouring rubbing alcohol down through. And again, in these days, you can't waste it. There's so many different ways that people talk about. What the more traditional way was to use a sulfur. You light sulfur on fire in the gas. Basically what you want to do is create an environment that takes away the oxygen for the bees, or does something to impact them. In this case, I think common wisdom, if you look on USDA where they talk about how to euthanize a hive and so on, they recommend the soapy water method, and as you can see, it's quite effective. So I know there's going to be people that disagree with me on this, taking this action, but trust me, after watching that video and understanding the threat to the family and the neighbors and the neighborhood, this had to be done. I would not feel comfortable taking this hive and putting it out somewhere in the middle of a field, for the fact that anybody that comes upon this hive is going to be in serious trouble, and I'm not willing to take that risk. So this is how you do it. Now I have to clean this all up, but the mission is accomplished. I don't like it, but I had to do it, and now it's done.
최고.
Did we get Maduro? Yeah, we actually got him. They probably went to and from Venezuela to get Maduro faster than it's taken you to get an Amazon delivery. I want y'all to think about that. Like, if you want to order like a new pack of underwear off of Amazon, it's going to take you longer. The logistics of this are going to take you longer than Donald Trump and the military took to go and literally capture the head of a foreign state and then bring him back. Don't listen to, again, the fat retard communists in America that are mad about this. Listen to the actual Venezuelans. They're happy.
I came in this country when I was 10 years old, and ever since I was born, every single person in power of the country has abused us and abused of their power. We have been living in a dictatorship for about 20 years. So I can tell you, this feels like a breath of fresh air.
Guys, don't listen to her. There's a fat, gender-confused communist on Twitter that lives in Massachusetts that actually thinks this is a bad thing. No, don't listen to any of these Venezuelans. Oh, no. No, we have to go listen to somebody who doesn't even know what they are. We have to go listen to somebody who's attracted to animals. Yeah, I wonder, yeah, how's iDubbbz doing? Somebody check on iDubbbz? This is gonna be Iraq 2.0, bro? Just like Iran was. No, you don't understand. Iraq went exactly the way it was supposed to. Syria went exactly the way that it was supposed to. Afghanistan went exactly the way that it was supposed to. Libya went exactly the way that it was supposed to. You think that we made a mistake by being there for 20 years. That's not a bug. That's a feature. And what's it a feature of? The military-industrial complex. Do you really think we couldn't figure this shit out in 20 years? Really? You really think that we couldn't do this in 20 years after Desert Storm lasts for 3 days, the first one? What are we talking about? Like, you know when America joined World War II? 1944, whenever we actually brought people over to Europe. How is it that was whenever D-Day happened? How is it that in 1 year, and obviously, yes, obviously they were losing, but whenever we came there, we stomped them the fuck out. We totally stomped them the fuck out. And so, yes. And MLG was not named for, was that, maybe that was in Germany itself. I could be a little bit wrong about that. It was 42. Well, either way, shit was over in 3 years. That was a world war. And anyway, my point what I'm making here, right? And yeah, what am I thinking of 1944? It's been a sandbox for U.S. since 1945? Absolutely. So yes, I'm thinking of D-Day. Yeah, there it is. But anyway, I'm an idiot. I got the dates wrong. My point is that, how long did that take? A year. That was it. It's done. It's over. It's finished. And that's it. So the entire thing's fucking done. And so really, you have to keep that in mind. Whenever we had Vietnam, this is my opinion of Vietnam. This is also was my dad's opinion. My dad's opinion of Vietnam is that there were a bunch of young, aggressive men that were posing a threat to the country. So the government decided to start a war to kill all of them. And so basically what they did is they took down like the bottom 20% of guys that are the most aggressive, most psychotic, most, like fucking violent people. And we just sent them over to Asia to go kill each other. That's it. That's it. Yeah. And now you guys get to go have a battle royale. Oh, you want another grenade? Here's 50 grenades. Have fun. And so that was it. Scoreboard family guys, so liberals? Yeah, exactly. And retarded take? That's fine. You want to say whatever you want, but I'm just saying I think that Vietnam and also the Iraq War and everything around the Middle East was completely by design. I don't see how it's not obvious that it was by design. When you have, for example, we go over and we're invading, what is it? Which one were we? Iran. We were bombing Iran. That shit's over in like fucking 13 days. And by the way, this is Israel is beating Iran in like 13 days, and then all we do is we show up at the very end, and then it's over. And you saw Iran talking, oh, well, we're going to fight back. This is it. We're going to blow up Israel. There's no Israel after this. They're never going to be able to stop us. Okay, now we're really mad. And whatever happened with that?
Bro. Where you going, man? You underestimate me. Underestimate my power. Come on, your lack of faith is disturbing, bro. Come on. Where you going, man? Yeah, they're just telling me now. Got the little setup.
Something foundational is missing in Destiny 2. It's not a weapon, a system, or even a destination. It's a silence. Destiny used to let meaning sit in silence. Not because Bungie was being opaque for its own sake, but because silence created tension. Lore tabs, armor flavor text, unreadable grimoire fragments, and unanswered gaps weren't confusion. They were negative space, and that negative space functioned as narrative gravity. It slowed understanding, encouraged speculation, and forced the community to metabolize the universe over time rather than consume it on contact. Meaning wasn't delivered. It accumulated. This video is about what happens when that space disappears. Not because Bungie hates mystery, but because Destiny's modern structure can no longer afford to let mystery exist asynchronously. We're going to trace how Destiny moved from a 14,000 word, theologically hostile scripture like the Books of Sorrow, texts that refuse scheduling, refused clarity, and refused resolution, to a universe where mystery has a deadline, clarity arrives as a voice line, and meaning must resolve on Bungie's production timetable. Let's go. Destiny's early and middle era story beats and lore was built explicitly on negative space. Intentional narrative absences where dread was allowed to breathe without oversight, sometimes for months at a time. From Destiny 1's Grimoire books through to the Witch Queen, lore was a high concept barrier to entry by design. It was not merely supplementary text, it was an ideological filter. The Necronomicon of Destiny, the Books of Sorrow, didn't just reveal the hive. They challenged the reader's right to exist and read it. They destabilized authorship, contradicted themselves, and undermined the very idea of truth in a way that made even the act of reading feel complicit. You weren't meant to understand Oryx, you were meant to feel the infection of his logic. I can already hear comments. There's still mystery in Destiny, nothing was lost. Sure, mystery persists. But if it's not left to breathe, how can it possibly grow? The negative space that allowed speculation, that allowed dread to simmer over months or years, it's gone. Mystery now has a production window, a deadline, a finish line. It resolves before it becomes culture. Previous eras relied on what can best be described as underbelly narrative, meaning buried in menus, fragments, and optional texts that a majority of the player base never touched, and yes, that friction excluded people. But for the minority who crossed that threshold, the friction was the point. Interpretation was engagement. We had the unveiling, which reframed existence as a recursive mathematical argument. We had the 9 described not as characters but as gravitational ideas pretending to speak. We had Weapons of Sorrow, whose lore bled directly into mechanics, shared origins, compounding effects, narrative logic encoded into damage numbers. This was cosmic dread that functioned precisely because it was silent. It did not surface itself, it did not repeat itself, and it did not care if you were ready. Even Guardian class ideology reflected this hostility. In class item lore, hunters were directly grave robbers, warlocks were indifferent to human collateral damage in pursuit of knowledge, Titans enforced order through ritualized violence. Armor flavor text sold this darkness in fragments. Implication over explanation. Destiny felt vast because it refused to orient itself around the player. And yes, you might say simplifying for accessibility helps new players. Sure, it reduces friction, but accessibility has a cost. It's structural. By removing all lore to passive in-game dialogue, Bungie trades the unpaid labour of the community, the long-tail discussions, speculation, and content creation for short-term clarity. It's a rational economic decision, not a neutral aesthetic choice. As Seth Dickinson, one of the primary architects of early Destiny lore, once implied through Marasov, secrets are the only surveillance-proof currency. By making everything spoken, scheduled, and transparent, that currency has been devalued, not emotionally, structurally. If you enjoy the kind of deep dive lore, conversation, and opinion I add to my Destiny channel, please feel free to like, comment, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, as it honestly, and I keep saying this, honestly helps me make these kinds of rich lore-focused content I really want to create. Now, let's head back to talking about numbers in Destiny 2. The data from 2025 tells a story of aggressive narrative compression. Where Lightfall launched with 16 lorebooks, The Edge of Fate arrived with 4. Renegades produced a paltry, single solitary lorebook. That is not a stylistic shift. It is a 75% reduction in written narrative density. Written lore is expensive relative to engagement. It requires senior narrative labour, cross-team continuity review, and full localization, yet it surfaces itself to a minority of players. In a live service economy governed by retention metrics, that makes it difficult to justify. If you said to me Bungie still releases lore in dialogue, cutscenes, and environmental storytelling, you would be right. But spoken dialogue has a half-life of 1 playthrough. Once that mission is removed, that context is gone. Once another DLC drops, that voice line might change or mutate. Lore text persists. It's a monument. It can be reread, discussed, theorized about, even months later, sometimes years. Radio chatter decays. The universe doesn't. For me, that's the structural difference that causes alarm. I'm not saying the mystery has evaporated, but it's being converted. Characters like Lodi and Anor Mahal function as narrative governors, delivering passive radio chatter designed to ensure the players never experience confusion long enough to risk disengagement. Meaning is no longer uncovered, it is received. The unknowable has not vanished, it has been domesticated. The game has been child-proofed in case you hurt yourself thinking about the outcome. The 9 once abstract dark matter anomalies whose motives were fundamentally unreadable, unknowable, now function as reliable vendors. Bungie narrative leads have confirmed this directional shift, explicitly stating a desire to move away from the drip-fed mystery towards continuous, unmissable story. But that admission contains an unspoken cost. Mystery requires temporal distance to become culture. Modern Destiny now delivers nostalgia bait. What lies beneath Chicago? Why does Dredgen Bale need the Guardian's grave? And how will historical Dredgens react to a brand new generation of Dredgens? Without the temporal runway required for payoff, I feel these will just linger without fully realised payoffs. With only 2 narrative drops per year, there is no structural space for long burn revelations. Everything must resolve inside the act, or it risks becoming orphaned to Reddit. I've heard so often that most players don't care about the lore anyway. Okay? But the small, dedicated minority of devotees wasn't optional. It was scaffolding. They extended the life of every season through unpaid engagement, fan theory, and content creation. Remove that friction, and the ecosystem collapses in on itself. Why would Bungie dismantle the secret gun cult identity that once defined Destiny? Steam charts tell the structural story. The fan shape peaked at 314,000 concurrent players. By the launch of the Edge of Fate in July 25, that number had fallen below 100,000, a nearly 70% drop. Running a multi-billion-dollar franchise on interpretive ambiguity is financially fragile. Look, I also realise that the majority of players want immediate legibility and frictionless action. The Books of Sorrow were absolute homework. By moving narrative delivery into unavoidable radio chatter, Bungie makes the story universal, measurable, and justifiable as developmental spend. That's the causal logic. It's structural. But there is a silent trade-off. Interpretive communities thrive on unresolved material. Lore creators extend narrative shelf life at zero marginal cost. When mysteries resolve immediately, speculative ecosystems collapse. Destiny has fewer active lore creators than at any point in its lifespan. In part because players have moved on, but also because there is just less left to metabolize. When negative space is removed, the cultural depth of the game's world is liquidated. We are trading the long-tail engagement of the community for a short burst clarity that leaves nothing to talk about once the mission ends. The seasonal model was built on weekly ritual, a drip of story, action and underbelly lore that existed adjacent to main plots. By 2023, player fatigue reframed mystery as time gating. Engagement dropped sharply after week 4. Bungie responded by eliminating seasons and introducing episodes, then acts, front-loading narrative delivery to avoid attrition. What gets me is the learning here. Rather than understanding how the needs of the player evolve and the role that the weekly narrative played for the community, The final conclusion was to just remove seasons completely and replace them with mods and reskinned weapons to fill in the large gaps between DLCs. If you reduce the story and narrative to twice a year and rely solely on seasonal events, gunplay, and gameplay, you devalue the narrative currency that underpins the foundation of the Destiny universe. The negative space where theory once lived is now replaced by mechanical noise to keep engagement metrics stable. 2 expansions a year mean no time for mystery to simmer. It just dissipates. Temporal compression is now encoded into Destiny's production DNA. You aren't trying to build a deep mythology anymore. You're trying to keep the train moving fast enough that you don't notice the scenery is a cardboard cutout. So finally, what does this mean for you, the player? Immediate clarity, reduced investment. Devotees used to live with questions for months, letting the dread and wonder settle in. What is the Winnower? Why should the final shape happen? Is this a reference to Cocytus A113? And will we ever see the origin of the Traveller? Now the story is consumed in a weekend, all laid bare before it has a chance to resonate. Less theorizing, less debate. Community speculation shrinks. Because there's much less to wade through, understand, and interpret. Narrative becomes noise. Story is absorbed while grinding, while chasing power or loot. The incentive to replay lore-driven exploration, the thrill of uncovering fragments of meaning, is diminished. Mystery loses weight. Cosmic dread has been replaced by front-loading exposition. Every shadow has a label. Every tension resolved in a line of radio chatter. The weight of the unknown, the part that made the universe feel infinite, is decaying. And the future. Expansions are forced into this compressed cycle. Slow burn dread, mythic weight, and the lingering presence of cosmic horror. The very elements that made Destiny more than a shooter become impossible to sustain. In short, the universe now babbles constantly, and it no longer whispers. And when everything is explained before you have a chance to feel it, the story ceases to haunt, to challenge, to inspire. It's immediate, it's consumable, and it's forever changed. This universe has shifted. What once felt like a pilgrimage, slow, immersive journey through shadowed corners, unanswered questions, and slow-burning mysteries has become a weekend pass. The rides are smooth, the tour guides speak clearly, and every story beat is delivered immediately. For the casual player, this is efficient, accessible, and satisfying. But for devotees, it's a structural loss. Mystery is compressed, leaving little room for tension or speculation. Community theorizing is limited because the threads that once wove into months of interpretation now unravel in days. Cosmic dread and mythic resonance, the heartbeat of this world, have been sacrificed. We've traded negative space, the silence that gave Destiny 2 its weight, for immediacy. The Great Purge of 2025 may have temporarily stabilized player counts at points throughout the year, but it comes at the cost of the architecture that transformed this game into a modern myth. Maybe this will keep the game afloat for the time being. We used to be the Destiny devotees on a dark sci-fi pilgrimage, piecing together fragments across months or even years. But as we moved through the edge of fate and out the other side of Renegades, that pilgrimage has been structurally rebranded as more of a vacation. All because the universe became serialized. For me, Bungie has forgotten what the true identity of Destiny looks like, and even if they greenlit a Destiny 3 today, that won't solve that issue. It will just delay it for a while. Wow, this is just
been such a pleasure. I'm such a lucky boy. I can't wait to go home.
Hey fellas, Otis here, and welcome back to With a Y. You saw that title, YouTuber's name and the big SEO clickbait. And generally speaking, I do not cover like named creator stuff on this channel.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and man, I really wish I wasn't living in a gosh darn a historical moment right now. It is 72 hours, ladies and gentlemen, as of me filming this video, less than 72 hours into 2026. And boy, oh boy, you know, the first video I made was 2026 is starting off strong. The U.S. government now controls Venezuela. Yeah, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Within 72 hours of the new year, the U.S. government has launched a 4 to 5 hour military special operation and basically taken over Venezuela. Arrested its actual, like, leader. It's kind of crazy stuff. Now, I don't really usually talk about this kind of stuff, but anytime a major world event like this happens, I feel like I can't ignore it, and like my brain will not let me focus on any other videos, Linux, gaming, yada, 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 until I get this out of my system, okay? So this is me basically getting something out of my system, okay? I'm like weird that way. But ladies and gentlemen, for any understanding what happened over here, literally last night while I was going to bed, I was playing some Resident Evil 4, and I'm like, man, you know, it's kind of crazy. President of the U.S. like daughter gets kidnapped. They send in one agent. Doesn't really make any sense, does it? Well, turns out that in 4 to 5 hours, there was a bunch of like actual strikes happening in Venezuela. So anyways, these were some bombs apparently falling on Venezuela right now. And to give you an idea, this was something nobody really expected. It just sort of happened. To give you an idea, right, like a lot of people said this might be like war being declared. Like you can see like fighters flying above, like obviously dropping like crazy bombs and shit. And the thing is, this is like a military operation, so I guess it's not like a war. So I don't know what Congress can really do in this situation, nor do I think Congress is really like, what, they can make a million claims? What, you can have like a million judges, but it's not like anybody's listening. So what does it matter? See, laws, like international laws, like any laws, are just like words written on paper. If nobody's willing to enforce them, then they basically get broken all the fucking time. But anyways, these like strikes basically happened, and within 4 to 5 hours, it turns out that the U.S., I believe Delta Force, which is like the best U.S. Special Operations group in the world. Now, obviously, some would say like, oh, what about the Navy SEALs? You know, the Navy SEALs, when they were doing this, apparently like some military people were saying like, yeah, there'd be like 30 casualties, 4 podcasts, and like a few movies. You send in Delta Force, shit's getting done, okay? You're sending in Maverick from Rainbow Six Siege, it's getting done. So anyways, yeah, basically the idea was that, you know, as these strikes were happening, and apparently they happened on like military locations, so like military bases, like closed off ports and airports. So it doesn't seem like the civvies were that much affected. It actually turns out that the civvies, from what I'm reading, are actually kind of enjoying the fact that, you know, their actual like leader, Nicolas Maduro, has actually been completely removed from office. Now, from my understanding, not many people liked Maduro. This is like old Biden talking about it. Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs like Nicolas Maduro. So even he will say like, yeah, that guy's a fucking thug. Now, obviously, I don't think talking tough aged really well. Because the motherfucker sent in the goddamn special ops to take care of the situation. You know, even Canada jumped in and they were like, yeah, Canada closed its embassy in Venezuela. We've refused to recognize any legitimacy of the regime. So, you know, Canada, you know, who's kind of like the world's nicest guy, alongside Denmark, is like, yeah, that guy's fucked up. That guy's wrong. Now, obviously, Canada will say everyone should respect international law. Yeah, the reality of international law is it's like, what are you really gonna do when Team America World Police fucking rolls in? You know what I mean? So anyways, on the night that the Chinese delegation was allegedly visiting this fucking dude, they sent in the special ops to kind of grab him. And yes, there actually is a photo of him grabbed. So literally on the USS Iwo Jima, one of the best gosh darn maps on Battlefield, you got a picture of what appears to be not Saddam Hussein, not Dr. Disrespect, but Nicolas Maduro holding a bottle of water as he awaits entering the United States, where apparently he is actually going to be facing an actual indictment, him and I believe his wife, on US soil.
Watch. Even if it's not a bigger Taken, it could make a bigger Taken. What do they want? The obvious answer is power, but I'm not sure if it's that simple. Something's still bothering me. That Taken energy that it's not flickering anymore. It was blinking in and out, but then it was flashing away. Now it's just there.
need to get eyes on the witness. Fire team in there, don't hesitate to engage. We need to get eyes on the witness. Fire team in there, don't hesitate to engage.
Holy fuck, this is retarded. I'm locked into my ship as well. Shit, if we can even get out of flying, doesn't look like we're gonna even do that. and now it's 10. This is so frustrating.
strip away the purpose it so desperately defends.
I am here to assist, Guardian.
channel much. It's not that I haven't before and that I never will again. It's just usually I'd rather talk about something else. I think the closest thing I did recently was like talking about BB No Money saying that he was quitting music, and I thought that was like a marketing ploy, but it turns out I was pretty wrong about that. I think it was like a podcast clip or two I saw that said he's not like quitting it full sail, but he is taking a meaningful break away from it, and I left room for that to be the case in that video I made about the situation, but I didn't expect it to be as like full frontal, yeah, I think I'm just gonna step away for a little bit, that it ended up being. And I thought, you know, oh, okay, I guess that's the case. And that I wasn't going to talk about anything remotely similar for a while. But then I was in my bed, whole 8-foot killer robot feminist of me. I was in bed doom scrolling and like I just saw this random TikTok out of context. When the Iron Mouse song low-key grows on you, but you can't accept it. And the truth of the matter is this was just an excuse to make a Jujutsu Kaisen edit by the end of it. This had 500,000 likes, and if the opening cap bigger thing that I'm seeing on my FYP, which I have been making a point of scrolling to assume, accept it. And the truth of the matter is this was just an excuse to make a Jujutsu Kaisen edit by the end of it. This had 500,000 likes, and if the opening caption is talking about this Iron Mouse song in particular, I kind of just have to assume that, oh, this is like a bigger thing that I'm seeing on my FYP, which I have been making a point of scrolling less and less as time has gone on. But I was admittedly curious, because I was seeing some crazy comments where it was like, if this song was in Japanese or Korean, everyone would like it. You know, you can make those arguments about the language barrier or not immediately understanding what someone's saying, like, makes you able to distance yourself from what might otherwise be considered poor lyricism, and that's the only reason that it's as palatable to you. The comments that made me really curious was like, it's not that horrible until the man behind the slaughter gets on the mic. It's kind of catchy until Fredbear comes on the mic, and I'm like, okay, I just need to hear what this song is. I need to know what the fuck this is about. Now, mind you, this has been going viral on TikTok in the last week or so, from what I have been able to find. It's a really recent phenomenon that people have been talking about this shit. And the music video upload was 8 months ago, man. This is not a new song by any means. It has 2 million views. A lot of them might have been recent shit, but even the comments were surprised. Like, who the fuck said this shit is a new song? A new song? Sure, bro. They lied when they said this was a new song 8 months ago. I looked a little more and found that the song itself was over a year old. The music video is the thing that's 8 months old. This shit is from 2024. That said, I want to show y'all what they mean by the fucking Nightmare Freddy voice popping on the track.
If you're looking to impress, entertain, not be of use, then prove you care as much as you say you do.
Listen, like the track or not, that caught me off guard as much as the next guy. From what I understand, the guy providing the vocals is Sea Dog, and he takes the form of this demon guy in the music video. As you guys know, TikTok videos tend to take songs in 10-second snippets, and those are the bits that go like really viral, and what most people who are exposed to that song are going to hear of it. Whether they like it or not, if they like that snippet, they might go watch the full track, but like there's a good chance that it's only going to be seen by them in the context of these TikTok pared down versions. And if you dislike it, you're very unlikely to go out of your way to seek it out. Now, I want to say 2 things regarding Iron Mouse before we go further. I've interacted with Iron Mouse a decent amount. I'm not going to like oversell the amount that I know them, but in my experience, they've been a perfectly pleasant person to be around and very nice. I should also say that having listened to this full song, which I'm sure a lot of you haven't, it's personally not for me. A lot of music is not. But like most music that I don't personally enjoy, I can understand why someone would like it, but this is just not my speed personally. And that's not to take away from Iron Mouse's chops as a musician. Before they became a VTuber, it's pretty well known that they were going to be a classically trained opera singer, but because of their condition, I'm not sure if it was because of the effect it had on her vocal cords, or it was specifically because it was pretty risky for her to be around other people because of being immunocompromised. She couldn't pursue that and eventually fell into the work that we mostly know her for these days. While I have not listened to most of her music, I can confidently say I'm not like particularly a fan of that song. I find myself in an interesting position, which is what I mostly found this whole conundrum more interesting to talk about. I've covered music on this channel a few times, actually just yesterday, in fact. I think it's the first time I will have covered music related things 2 days in a row. The difference between this Iron Mouse song and the context that I'm like talking about it in one and everything else music related that I've talked about in the past is there has always been like a shitpost element to the things that I'm talking about. I've pulled up some greatest hits from the songs that we've talked about on the channel just to give you an idea of how this usually goes, where they're usually shitpost in nature. I think the first one we ever did was Creepypasta Song Gave Me Cancer, where I used really inflammatory titles in these sort of things, you know, like classic commentary. But the commentary itself is usually a shade less dramatic than the titles or the thumbnails. That said, this was the type of thing we were listening to.
I'm Jeff the Killer! I'm Jeff the Killer! I'm Jeff the Killer! Watch out for me!
I stand by that being an incredibly catchy hook that somebody should have used in an unironic song. One that if no one is going to jump on the bandwagon to make ideal use of, I may or may not take for myself. The one that we did yesterday was an Abraham Lincoln I'm Stronger Than You response. I named that video Dumbest Song I've Ever Heard, but by the time the video is over, you could listen to me belting the chorus to the point where, in spite of my sickness, I decided it was worth it to hack up a lung in order to scream Abraham.
I am Abraham! I am Abraham! I am Abraham!
I think I did a pretty good job hitting those notes considering the affliction that I find myself currently cursed with. The next one was Most Hateful Song I've Ever Heard, which honestly is probably one of the least exaggerated titles I've ever used on a YouTube video anywhere ever. In fact, I don't think I sold the concept enough with something as simple as that.
Bitch, I hope you crash head first into a bus full of retarded children.
Like, holy fuck, dude, he just came on the beat and started talking crazy. And the last one, like, in the lineup was the Greg Heffley versus Anne Frank rap battle.
Bit attack so fast you will not see them coming. And frankly, I got you cornered so you can't hit the ground running.
There's something inherently absurd to all the concepts that I've covered up to this point that kind of clash with the music criticism I'm making of Iron Mouse. I've already said, it does not fall into the purview of music that I would generally listen to. It's not getting in the playlist anytime soon. And the angle that I found it interesting in is, like, I'm also a creator who makes music. I don't think I do it particularly well at this point in my life, but it is something that I put genuine effort into, and having done it at all, while there is like a lot of shitpost intention with the music I make, there's inherently a level of vulnerability that comes with it, and I'm gonna be honest, you can clip a lot of shit I've done in those songs out of context, and it sounds fucking insane. The shock value of these next few lines is kind of the point, but also, if you just presented this to someone without knowing that, or knowing who I am as a person to any extent, this shit probably sounds crazy.
Bought a new Glock off of Etsy. How much trying to buy that private island off of Epstein?
What the fuck is this guy's problem? Does he have any idea what's going on out there? And my point with this is not to say that, like, you can't criticize music, period, and especially not to say that you can't criticize YouTubers' music, like, when they put it out. You by no means should be required to like anything, and anybody trying to force it on you or, like, being fucking crazy about you disliking something if you're being, like, pretty reasonable about the reasons why. I think that, like, kills conversation before it happens most times. I guess the reason it kind of made me want to talk about it on the channel a bit is because I feel like there's an inherent vulnerability that kind of comes with punching outside in an art form that isn't like what you come up to be known for. Like, Iron Mouse is known as a streamer and specifically a VTuber first and foremost, and it's not uncommon for VTubers to make music alongside their branding, whether it be covers or original work. But there's like stereotypes that come with that people outside looking in, if it comes across their page, they're going to be pretty put off by it because what's happening in there is just not their personal cup of tea. And I suppose there's an interpretation of what I'm saying here where it's like, oh, With a Y, like, knows someone on some level and it, like, doesn't like something in particular they created, so they're pussyfooting around the criticism they could give it. And there's probably some truth to that. I'm not gonna hold you. Yeah, bias affects every single opinion you could ever have. This is a case of that for me. But it's like the same thing that makes me probably nicer about KSI's music than a lot of people would, because I think that guy was making a real earnest attempt to create music in a very specific lane that he identified he wanted to occupy that I respect on a level of putting yourself out there. It didn't always hit for me, and like not all of it, a lot of it did not fall into my playlist or something I would have on repeat, but occasionally there were gems. And as someone who has put out music in the past, haven't in a fucking while, I really should be on that, it might put me in a position where like I relate a little too much to want to get too harsh, and you could say that's like a flaw in the process, and I couldn't necessarily disagree. I think it's perfectly fine if people want to say my music is dog shit, but I also think on the same level that like shouldn't stop me from continuing to try and like making things that I like have fun doing and am passionate about creating, even if it turns out by the end of it less than stellar. I come back to something a friend of mine said. I'm forgetting exactly who right now. I'm literally snapping my fingers to try and stem who it was into existence. But creation as an expression of play is just as valuable as the creation as a final work. And you can probably find clips of me being hypocritical about my criticism of people when I like criticize things that I'm personally not a fan of in the past. Probably something that I'm going to be forever working on. But like, I would like people to not be discouraged from continuing to create just because I'm talking about a thing they've created. I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't know. Seemed like an interesting discussion to have. Let me know if you guys have your own thoughts in the comments or anything you guys think I missed. Anyways, be sure to follow me on Twitter at @withAY. I will not be talking about music for the next 3,000 years because I did it 2 days in a row, so I've used up my subscription and the amount of slots I was allowed to do so. If you guys want to send me any video topics, that email is in the description. Anyways, peeve off with love.
Back to a series so cringe, even Pokimane subscribed. In today's video, Hassan has hit his lowest sub count since 2020 after shocking his dog. Bro is falling off. He's desperately trying to convince his friends that he had a good year in 2025. They absolutely do not care. He's now calling other people toxic and still crying about Ethan's content nuke. He has resumed his beef with modern-day Sherlock Holmes XQC and is confused why his PR is worse than his. A new Hassan laugh has dropped. A chatter accidentally confronts Hassan about yanking his dog's tail. Hassan panics and pretends he doesn't know what's happening. Queen of Cringe, Pokimane, is back. After her cookie company shut down and her pathetic midlife crisis about being single, she continues to fish for attention. She claims all the hot guys she encounters are conveniently gay and don't want to date her. She has posted a 2025 accomplishment video, and it is absolutely tragic. More cringy clips of Pokimane attention seeking are going viral. Subscribe or you got a 1v1 Poke in a fake bet competition. Your code cooked. Now let's begin. Right, so apparently Hassan is not doing very well. Hassan is now at his lowest sub count in over 5 years. This follows the 3rd consecutive month of losses. I guess when your entire grift is hating America, America starts to hate you back. Hassan also basically can't run ads anymore either. Too bad, so sad. And here we got a screenshot from twitchtracker.com, and we basically see his subs just dropping and dropping and dropping, and it's reached its lowest now. In fact, we got another update. December is now officially over, and it's confirmed. Hassan Piker has the lowest number of active subs since 2020. This is despite Hassan saying, "This is my best year by far," and that he is definitely not mad. How can I be okay? TLDR, animal abuse equals low subscribers become Giga Lolcow. Wow, everybody forgot about Dogtober 7, guys. Apparently his subscribers didn't forget. forget. And we were wondering how every single video there was a new like 55-month subscriber turning on Hassan. Well, this is just evidence that more and more people are getting converted away from the Hassan Piker cult. Apparently, even the pay pigs aren't enough with these gifted subscriptions. Sorry, pay pigs, Hassan still loses. And here we have the graph of October 2020, and you can see that the subs have finally reached that level, that all-time low from 5 years ago. And we can see the total subs from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, prime, and undefined combined have finally fallen back to that level in 2020. Bro has not made progress in 5 years. Back to square one just because he shocked his dog. Kaya was indeed an agent of Mossad. Pure responded, mogged by the Roach King. He must have shocked a dog or something to have karmic justice come for him this bad. I think his stock of brainwashed child cultists are just starting to age out. The massive stable of children he picked up during the lockdowns are now full-grown adults starting careers, and they can't afford luxury beliefs anymore. His ideology isn't cool anymore to replace them. Now, this all lines up because Hassan himself said that he was going to quit streaming in 2026 and potentially go offline altogether, something that we have been praying for.
Jesus Christ, dude, God, I hate Twitch streaming. I genuinely, maybe 2026, I just quit. Maybe 2026, I just quit Twitch streaming.
And we all know he's very sensitive about his viewership and sub count, so much so that he threatens to neck himself in his Discord if it goes down even a little bit. And now we know why he actually wants to quit. But despite all of this, he still has to put up some level of fake confidence in front of his friends. Here he is on the Fear and podcast. Hassan talks overcoming Ethan Klein's content nuke in his chaotic but most impactful year. And we got the usual suspects, QT and Austin, and then we got FaZe Adapt as a guest member.
Most impactful year that I've had politically in my entire career. I've been doing this for like, what, 12, 13 years at this point. You know, played a role in getting the mayor of New York elected. It's a pretty solid thing, especially underdog, long shot, a person who has very close ideals and a very similar worldview and very similar background even to someone such as myself. That was a big deal for me, at least. And hopefully I'll be, you know, continuing on that journey in this upcoming year. That was definitely a big W. Watching people's attitudes shift so dramatically in the exact way that I said it would, whether it be on certain domestic issues or whether it be on foreign policy, like on Israel, it felt fairly lonely. Obviously not with you guys, but like it felt fairly lonely in the space that I was, where a lot of people were just like fearful of speaking out, whether it be against the Trump administration, whether it be against Israel.
Of course. He just couldn't hold it in, guys. The worst pullout game imaginable. Had to drop the Israel real quick there. Everybody clap, guys. He said the word. He said the word. By the way, what are you smoking, Hassan? Besides Asmongold Schlong. Most impactful year you've had politically. First off, you did not get the mayor elected, you moron. Didn't he literally disavow you and didn't even invite you to his party and kind of kicked you out?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11.
I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible already in this country.
What was your name? Sorry. Michael? Okay, great. Let me just...
We have no motion. We're out. We're done.
Probably getting kicked out within the next 15 minutes.
Second off, even if you did play a role in the election, wow, I mean, you elected a liberal mayor in an extremely liberal city. What the hell are you celebrating about? Like, surely that's the easiest thing to do. I mean, I guess he's happy because it's like a specifically commie socialist guy just like him. I mean, okay, let's see how that goes. Surely that will end well. Surely he's gonna turn New York City into China, guys. Yay for communism. He will totally get rid of the sewer rats. I hate to break it to you, Hassan. You literally accomplished nothing this year except becoming rank #1 dog shocker. In that field, you were world champion. In fact, nobody can even compete. And I just want you guys to look at his friends while he's saying all of this. They do not give a single fuck, dude. They're literally like, why is this dude even talking? We're just gonna get clipped again. QT is like so tired of this as well. She's like, oh my god, again! I gotta defend this guy again, my god. Right, so then he calls other people toxic, and then he cries about Ethan's content nuke.
Whether it be against like the right-wing shift that I was noticing in the spaces that we occupy, people being very careless with their language, people being very hurtful to others, and the toxicity in the sphere, and the overall silence that I saw from many people who are like-minded individuals who just like were worried about getting harassed endlessly. This was a very chaotic year for sure. There was a lot of, I mean, the year started off with my former podcast co-host trying to like quote unquote end my career in the way that he spoke about it, and we didn't really ever broach the subject matter on the podcast at all. Part of the reason was because, once again, the environment, the media environment, the landscape was very different as opposed to where it is now, where, like, you know, a lot of things are considered established truths. And it started off with that bang, and it didn't really go away. You know, that wave after wave of harassment never really went away. The L's on that front were, you know, not as significant, but
back in the day, my garbage PC could run Crysis 2 at 30 FPS without having a full-blown panic attack. Yet somehow, in 2025, an RTX 4090 can run NASA simulations, but Jedi Survivor still can't hold a stable 40 frames per second. Come on, make it make sense. Here's 5 reasons I think games just aren't optimized well anymore. Let's start with the first problem. AAA studios assume your PC is powered by a small nuclear reactor. Most big studios develop their games on extremely powerful rigs. Not because every dev has a monster PC at home, but because during early stages of development, studios test their builds on the fastest setup available. It's faster, more convenient, and let's be honest, they want the game to look as good as possible for early demos. Watch Dogs, I'm okay, Jim. According to Team Sweetie from Epic Games, studios begin development on top-tier hardware first, and only later attempt to optimize for weaker machines. That means tools, assets, lighting systems, shaders, everything gets tuned for high-end GPUs. So when the game starts to become feature complete, there's barely any time left to make it run on my lower-end PC. Here's the truth. Optimization for lower-end hardware often gets postponed or completely deprioritized. Minimum requirements are sometimes just slapped together at the last second without proper testing. Case in point, Hogwarts Legacy. But the next problem isn't even the developer's fault. Here's the reality. Modern game development isn't some simple conversation like, "Hey Jack, wanna make a game?" "Okay." No, it's more like, "Hey Sharon, how's the new GTA coming along?" "You mean Grand Theft Anxiety Development Crisis?" "Yes. What else would I mean? You've only finished 5 of the 10 games I already assigned to you? Pathetic." "Sir, I haven't seen my daughter in years. I didn't even get to see her finish preschool." "1 second, sir. I just got a call. She's gotten married." See the problem? Studios aren't making one game. They're making 4 or 5 versions of the same game at the same time. PC, PS5, Xbox, Switch, if they hate themselves.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
And cloud versions. Each platform has different CPUs, GPUs, RAM limits, and storage speeds. To better understand this, we can just compare the optimization of PlayStation exclusives to other cross-platform titles. You see, when I first got a console, I didn't think Uncharted 4 was possible on PS4. I mean, like, seriously, look at this masterpiece.
Oh my God! Wow!
The issue isn't that optimizing cross-platform games is impossible. The issue is that publishers slap unrealistic deadlines on developers and expect the game to run perfectly across every device known to mankind. Ubisoft's motto might as well just be, "Is it broken? Patch it later." and then they forget to patch it.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man.
I worked about 7 days a week. I think for the last 3 months, it was 7 days a week, between 14 and 16-hour days. I was there early in the morning, 8 or 9 a.m., and I was taking the last subway home.
When you combine impossible schedules with multi-platform chaos, optimization becomes the first casualty. QA gets slashed, performance checks get ignored, and devs shift from making the game run well to making the game run at all. That's why you get 40 FPS on a 4090, texture glitches, open world stutters, 80 gigs, day one patches, and games becoming playable 3 months after launch. Back in the day, QA testers had months to test their games. Now they get, 1 second. 2 weeks, a coffee machine, and a faint hope of survival. Okay, team, we have 72 hours to find every bug in a 200-hour RPG. If you need help, shut up. Sir, we ran into a problem where the final boss disappears. Skill issue, ship it. And when the game inevitably breaks, guess who becomes the tester? You, the paying basement dweller.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
If QA actually had the time they needed, most of this wouldn't happen. But the next problem comes from the software itself. Unreal Engine 5 is beautiful. Nanite, Lumen, high poly everything. It's a technical miracle. And a performance nightmare if it's used wrong. Here's the truth. Unreal Engine 5 isn't just a game engine. It's Hollywood level technology. Shows like The Mandalorian used them to create entire cinematic environments in real time. That's amazing for a 5-minute scene. But an open world 50-hour game? That's where things begin to go downhill faster than your GPU temperatures. Let's be quite frank here. Unreal Engine 5 didn't suddenly get worse. It actually got too good. Take Nanite for example. Nanite lets developers throw absurdly high detailed models into a game. I'm talking millions of polygons on screen at once, no traditional LOD system needed. And for the record, I don't actually know what LOD means. I just say it confidently and hope no one asks any questions.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
It's amazing for film quality rocks, statues, and environments that look like they were ripped out of a CGI scene. But here's the catch. All of these details have to be streamed, shaded, lit, and processed every single second while you're playing. Then there's Lumen. Lumen handles real-time global illumination, reflections, and dynamic lighting that reacts instantly to the environment. Is it beautiful? Absolutely. Is it heavy? Oh yes, 100%. Your GPU isn't just rendering a scene anymore. It's calculating light bounces like it's cramming for a physics exam. And it doesn't stop there. You've got virtual shadow maps, film quality post-processing, insanely complex material layers, all working together to make the game look like CGI movies. Which sounds great, until you realize every single frame is now a mountain of data that needs to be calculated right now, not in a trailer, not in a screenshot, but during live gameplay. So what's the real issue? Unreal Engine tries to make everything look, well, unreal. Perfect reflections, cinema level shadows, hair physics that look better than the characters' facial animations. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Ubisoft.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
These features are incredible in isolated shorts or market trailers. But when the engine has to do all of this non-stop during actual gameplay, that's when cracks start showing. Stutters creep in, load time stretch out, performance tanks, and your GPU starts sounding like it's preparing to take off. Players call it bad optimization, and sometimes that's true, but a lot of the time the engine is just doing everything, because no one had the time to tell it to stop. Modern engines give developers insane power, but they also demand insane levels of optimization. And most studios simply don't have the people, the time, or the budget to fully tame that tech. So no, modern gaming doesn't become unoptimized because of one single mistake. It's a result of a whole stack of bad corporate decisions. Big studios rely on brute force hardware instead of proper optimization. Multi-platform releases stretch dev teams thin. UA gets cut harder than your GPU's lifespan after installing Starfield.
And it's our biggest one yet. It is 4 times the size of Fallout 4. And this time it features all new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology. It allows us to have 16 times the detail and even view distant weather systems across the map. I read on the internet that our games have had a few bugs. All of this just works. It's not, I'm not kidding.
And modern engines, especially Unreal, are unbelievably powerful and just as equally demanding. Yet despite all this, many developers still push through. They stay late, stress, tweak, and test because they want players to actually enjoy the game. So to the devs who prioritize polish over shortcuts, thank you. You keep the magic alive. Well, if you guys like this video, be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one in the next 20 years. Thanks for watching, and remember, stay non-playable.
SP is a 33-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with chest tightness, wheezing, and a cough. He tries to tell the admitting nurse what happened, but he's so out of breath that words can't come out of his mouth. SP had recently gotten into welding. This is where you use heat to melt metal in order to join pieces together. A Black Friday sale on a welding machine enabled him to learn this highly marketable, practical skill at a great price, and he was determined to join as many pieces of steel as he could with his newly bought welder. SP would take old leftover pieces from his lawn so that he could grind them down, cut them up, and weld them together as new projects. But there was a problem. These old pieces were rusty, and even worse, they were covered with grease and dust. When these contaminate metal surfaces, it makes it harder to get a good weld. Typically, you use an abrasive, a grinding disc, to scratch it off of the surface, but SP was new to this. He knew lasers, he knew car batteries, he knew how to drill holes in metal, but welding was something totally new to him, and he had an idea. SP had worked on old cars before. One of his go-tos when things got too dirty was brake cleaner. Oh, there's some grease that shouldn't be there? Brake cleaner and it's gone. Oh, there's a little bit of rust? Brake cleaner and it's gone. Without a doubt, this will be the easiest way to prep his material so that he can get on with his welding project to make cool things for his house as he laid it on, wiped it off, and started welding. But then something started to smell funny. It smelled like it had just rained and there was wet grass everywhere in his shop. But he wasn't outside, it hadn't rained, and grass wasn't anywhere to be found. He had been just welding for long enough to know roughly what things should smell like during and after striking an arc. At first, it felt scratchy in his throat, maybe like something was burning a bit, but then it went away. Not a big deal, he thought. He kept working. He felt okay. Nothing was wrong. He continued working on many different projects, but as the day passed, he started feeling like his lungs were gaining weight. It was like someone had put a garden hose down his throat, into his chest, and turned on the water. It was getting harder to breathe. At first, he thought that maybe he was allergic to something. He had gotten some new things in his shop recently, so he went into a different room, and he thought he was feeling a little bit better, but his chest kept getting tighter. On the floor, SP's vision started to go dark. He was gasping for air and in a world of hurt. He couldn't take this anymore as he calls for 911 and he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. Hey, quick question. If you're learning something from this video and you like it, and if you aren't subscribed yet, I'd really love it if you did subscribe and come back to see the next video that I post next month too. When people ask me what I do for fun, I tell them I make videos like these because I genuinely enjoy making them. I've been doing on average one a month since 2017, and your time is valuable, so I do my best to make sure that each video is worth your time. Thanks so much, appreciate you. At examination, doctors find that SP is agitated and he has hypertension. Hyper meaning high, tension referring to blood pressure. He has tachycardia, tachy meaning fast and cardia referring to heart rate, and he was gasping for air. He told them that he was working in his shop and he started smelling something funny, but all of his symptoms had gone away shortly after. At this point, he hadn't said anything about welding because he didn't think that that was the problem. He thought he was weirdly allergic to something, but he didn't know what it was. When doctors checked the oxygen saturation in his blood, it was 92%. SP's only 33 years old. He didn't have any known health problems at that point. It shouldn't be 92%. If it's not at least 95% for a healthy 33-year-old, then it means that something is wrong, most notably in his lungs. But when they did an X-ray of his chest, they didn't see anything wrong in his lungs. The patient next to SP in the emergency room. His heart suddenly stops beating. The entire emergency room staff converged onto him to perform CPR to try to resuscitate him, and no one tends to SP. In the ensuing hour, while he was waiting, he started developing a wheeze. He was restless and in a panic because it felt like his lungs were squeezing into his throat. SP's oxygen saturation had dropped down to 80%. With him again now, doctors told him they need to put a tube down his throat so that a machine can breathe for him. They need to sedate him to do this. And he agreed, knowing that something horrible was happening to him. He started telling them everything that he was doing in his shop, the lasers, the car batteries, but also the welding. It was here where one of the doctors had an idea of what might be going on. After intubating him, doctors did another chest X-ray to confirm that the tube was in, and it was here that they noticed a huge amount of fluid had filled into his lungs, something that wasn't there just a couple of hours earlier. And this gives them more clues as to what's happening. Brake cleaner is a chemical called perchloroethylene. It's organic, meaning that it's carbon containing. It's oily. Colloquially, it's called perc. It's what's used for dry cleaning clothes, which makes sense because perc is more like an oil, and oil doesn't mix with water, hence dry cleaning. And it excels at stripping off grease and cleaning metal surfaces of contaminants. But here's the problem. Perchloro means chlorinated all the way. Chlorine-containing chemicals are some of the scariest ones that we come across every day because of how they react with biological tissue. And even worse, ethylene is also very reactive, made worse with the addition of multiple chlorines. In chemistry, you often need a little something extra to drive a chemical reaction. Sometimes it's the presence of another chemical. Other times it's stirring, or it could be light. But in SP's case, what was that little extra? Welding uses high voltage and high current to melt steel and join pieces of metal together. The kind of welding that SP was using sends electrical current through a wire. The wire melts first, and then the base metal melts after, and a metallic puddle emerges, which when cooled, results in a joined piece. This process is an explosion of energy. Infrared radiation is released. The full spectrum, ultraviolet radiation that comes out can not only blind you if one doesn't have a darkening helmet on, but it can also cause skin cancer if protective clothing isn't worn. Both of these energies will drive chemical reactions, but in SP's case, it's the steel melting temperature with the presence of oxygen that causes a massive, horrible problem. The brake cleaner on SP's steel that he used to clean everything off got oxidized during welding to become phosgene gas. The high heat in the presence of oxygen drove one particular chemical reaction. Welding often smells a certain way. SP smelled something different because this was the only time he had ever used chlorinated brake cleaner on his steel. But what is phosgene gas? In the intensive care unit, doctors see that SP has hypoxemia. Hypo meaning low. ox referring to oxygen, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low oxygen presence in blood. And this is happening because fluid keeps accumulating in his lungs. But what happens from this? The reason that we breathe is because oxygen does two things. The first is that it helps our body produce energy, and the second is that it removes the waste associated with energy production. Oxygen is a powerful electron shuttler. Take, for example, iron. Rust forms on it when water is present with oxygen, and that oxygen shuffles the electrons needed to create iron oxide, or rust. Something similar happens in the body. In the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell, one of the final steps of energy production is the transfer of electrons to oxygen so that the electrical circuit is completed and a mass of positive charge can flow through to generate cellular energy. It's just that in SP's case, the oxygen isn't there because his lungs have filled with fluid and can't pass the oxygen into his blood. This means the first reason that we breathe isn't being fulfilled by SP's lungs, and this isn't his only problem. Upstream the energy process, sugar is broken down to pyruvate, a chemical that's fed into a process that creates carbon dioxide. Breathing out removes this waste, but SP's lungs can't remove carbon dioxide anymore because they're filled with fluid. This becomes a massive problem, and this will be fatal if nothing is done. In the intensive care unit, a blood test finds that SP has acidemia, acid presence in blood. If he can't get oxygen anymore and carbon dioxide can't be eliminated from his body, what does this have to do with acid in his blood? The body has several ways to maintain equilibrium to keep us alive. Blood has water, and it normally also has carbon dioxide. When these are put together in the blood, the body has an enzyme that combines them into carbonic acid. Normally, the body dissociates this into acid and bicarbonate, which is base, and this is the balance that keeps us alive, the equilibrium, but SP isn't. And this is the balance that keeps us alive, the acid and bicarbonic acid. Normally, the body dissociates this into acid and bicarbonate, which is base, and this is the balance that keeps us alive, the equilibrium, but SP isn't in equilibrium. His carbon dioxide buildup shifts the balance heavily towards the production of acid, explaining acidemia. All of this happening because fluid is filling into his lungs. ICU doctors can't remove that fluid quickly enough, but where did this fluid come from? He didn't inhale any liquids. This brings us back to phosgene. Everything about this chemical molecule shows that it's going to react with key structures in the body. Lungs have a soap-like substance called surfactant inside the air sacs called alveoli. This prevents them from collapsing so that the lungs can inflate easily. When phosgene is inhaled, it irritates all of the tissue in the airway and then comes right into contact with the surfactant, and this is where the problems start. That time period where SP initially felt fine after smelling something funny. That was likely phosgene reacting with surfactant. It irritated his throat, but once it settled into his lungs, it was slowly reacting and setting off a chain reaction. Surfactant is mostly made of fats, and these have oxygen, which reacts specifically to the phosgene. But it isn't just fats. Surfactant is also made of proteins, which are from amino acids. Amine from ammonia, referring to nitrogen, which also reacts to phosgene. What else has nitrogen? That's right, DNA, and it too will react with phosgene. Proteins also have sulfur, because 2 out of the 20 different amino acids that make human proteins have it. Guess what reacts with phosgene? That's right, sulfur does. This brings us back to equilibrium. The lungs directly make contact with the outside world in the form of the air that we breathe in, but Earth's air has never been assumed to have been clean. Humans were alive for hundreds of thousands of years before factories were invented, and the lungs protect us from dirty air using a chemical inside named glutathione, which contains sulfur. And when phosgene is inhaled, it immediately consumes all of the glutathione. It breaks the surfactant, and when it gets through to all of those protective layers, it starts to react with the DNA in the cells, destroying all of them. And this was only the first part of the damage that happened to SP. The moments after his initial symptoms went away were marked by a feeling of his lungs gaining weight, that the atmosphere was slowly falling from the ceiling, crushing down on him. His struggle to breathe was the start of a new phase of damage happening. Once cells start to die, the body detects this. Signals are sent everywhere that something is wrong. Phosgene is known to stimulate the nerves in the lungs. These nerves maintain lung muscle tone. When phosgene is in, the muscles constrict, making breathing more difficult. The massive chain chemical reaction happening to multiple parts of the lungs spill reactive oxidative chemicals everywhere, and the immune system detects this. When the immune system is involved in something, you can expect that proteins and antibodies will start to flood into the area. And so this means that fluid swells into the area, and it won't stop, explaining where it's coming from. Even worse, because the phosgene has eaten away at lung tissue, the tissue becomes leaky and regular fluid flows in and builds up, even without the immune system. This is the second stage of damage. It's causing all of SP's problems, and it's made it impossible for him to breathe, even if a machine is trying to do it for him, because his lungs physically can't connect to his body. The immune system might be overreacting here. In the intensive care unit, doctors give SP steroids. These lower inflammation, and they should help in his case. Chlorinated chemicals make great cleaners, but result in really scary situations, every time being vastly different. For example, bleach is hypochlorite. It's chlorinated, and mixing it with acidic household cleaners results in chlorine gas, which is corrosive and immediately damaging to lung tissue. This accident happens thousands of times every year. It's extremely dangerous, but it doesn't just happen with cleaning inside of homes. Swimming pools also use chlorinated products, and mixing pool cleaners can not only liberate massive amounts of chlorine gas, but it can also form a chemical named nitrogen trichloride, which is well known to explode, which means that we used it to bleach flour, and found out the hard way that it caused psychotic symptoms in pets before being banned as a food additive in 1949. During Christmas, families might use bubble lights. Every year, there's a spike of calls to the poison center because little kids might get in and accidentally drink the contents. These lights have a solvent inside called methylene chloride, which gets into the body, gets broken down to carbon monoxide, and can cause those kids to suffocate in a totally different way from what's happening to SP. In the intensive care unit, the steroids weren't working. Fluid was still swelling into his lungs. His oxygen saturation was decreasing, and his acidemia was worsening, which means that the carbon dioxide buildup was quickly reaching a critical point. The heart is very energy intensive, and it needs continuous waste removal on a time scale of seconds. As the acid builds up in his blood, it starts to impair the electrical conduction that's needed for the heart to continue to beat. An irregular rhythm starts to appear. The medical team can still take steps to correct it for now, but without fixing the root cause of fluid flooding into his lungs, everything is just a temporary fix. Phosgene was a well-known occupational hazard. Back in the 1980s, there was a huge alarm that was set off that there was a hole in the ozone layer of Earth. And this was because of our use of chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, which were refrigerants used in HVAC systems, refrigerators, and cars. And sometimes technicians working on these systems would need to weld parts of these systems that contain CFCs. And phosgene gas could be created if they didn't clean it out with nitrogen first. It's starting to become more rare to find these since CFCs aren't made anymore, and new refrigerants don't have chlorine. It's easier now than ever to get into welding. Even I know how to do it. And this is the exact welder that I had when I had my workshop and welded together shelves for my minivan with the help of my friend Wolfgang. But one of the things that come with easy accessibility is that you might run into issues that come from lacking awareness if you aren't working with someone who knows how to do that thing. You might not know that you really need to wear long sleeves while welding because of the UV radiation that comes out. Some people might not realize that you should wear a mask when you're grinding steel. They might do it, and then they'll shower at night and then cough up pure black soot, not realizing that they were inhaling all of that, or maybe they just didn't even want to wear the masks to begin with. There's a lot of good singular education resources out there, but they are singular, and there's a lot of fragmentation. It's not always easy to find more complete resources that would cover some pretty important mistakes that aren't all that difficult to make. Things fall through the cracks, and you have to remember, for some people starting out, at best, they know nothing. And at worst, they think they've thought of something cool, only for it to be one of the worst possible accident setups that you could possibly have, bringing us back to SP. In the intensive care unit, the medical team tried multiple different medicines. If phosgene reacts with nitrogen and sulfur on proteins, there's a well-known medicine that has both, but can also replenish some of the glutathione that was consumed by the phosgene. But it didn't work. When we put all of these concepts together, we find something truly scary. A highly valuable, marketable skill being easily accessible could lead one who has some knowledge of some things to get his own ideas while performing.
go, let's go, let's go. Gotta land it here, y'all. Just saying. Let them trying to kill champions for continue. Hate them damn screamers. I'm sure I'm supposed to be using. I'm using my build wrong. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. What? Let's go. What the hell? Oh, I forgot this ain't Stronghold. Let me get my ass on. Oh, tripping. This is not Stronghold, player. Really, dog? Like, man, them dudes, man, they never fucking run up on you until, man, I hate these fucking ads on this game. They fucking piss me off, man. Fucking bullshit they do, man. Damn. Fucker, man. So fucking annoying, man. I wish I just had an auto fucking delete button for ads. Just get them motherfuckers on, man. Sucking ass motherfucking ass. Fuck ass motherfuckers, man. Oh my, oh, okay. Oh. Take Screebers and Suicide fucking Bombers out of Destiny. Damn it. Damn, man. Ah, that's such a fucking cheap way to die. Damn. Fuck, that is so fucking cheap, man. Like, that is not fucking good, man. Fucking bullshit, man. Really, bro? Really? This is what we doing? What? Oh. See, I'm firing forget bullets. Like he's dead, but the bullets still hit me. Like that fucking shit there fucking pisses me off, man. That's so cheap, dog. I'll kill him, but the bullets trap me. Where's that fucking gun at? Yeah. Huh? Bullshit, man. Too much bullshit on this game just to fight a fucking boss, man. The one thing I ain't never got about this hoe. Never. Take fucking Screebers and those goddamn suicides out of Destiny, though. I can stand everything